morning, everyone, and welcome to another Tuesday morning live stream. So, I'm not gonna lie, I did get a little distracted. Was kind of chilling out with Navin in the voice chat, and well, he gets jumping back into RimWorld after quite a ways away. So, I was kind of helping him refresh, teaching them some things, and lost track of time. So, yeah. But you would think, oh, does that mean we're playing RimWorld then? No. We're jumping back into Stationeers this morning. Honestly, Stationeers is one of those games that I can actually come into with no plan, no real mental preparedness or anything like that, and pull something off. So, plus we got the cooling system that we did just revamp that we need to let run as well. And I mean, I might start looking at moving the rocketry around in that, or we'll dabble back with the rocketry anyways. But yeah, not really much of a plan today, but sometimes we just kind of need that. So, how's everyone doing? I see we already got a Viking in chat. You probably got a Tall lurking. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a Darkness lurking as well. I don't even think Queen's got the tabs open yet. But, alright. First things right, we were getting low on ores in general, so we need to actually go do a decent mining trip. At the same time here, well, we'll still need to do mining to revamp this, but what if we actually got this running better? I do need to be careful because we are kind of low on food. But I think I have an idea. On that aspect. Do that. That'll run the system at full CO2, which then will drop the temperature because the CO2 itself is better temperature. Yeah, I gotta work on a much better cooling solution. Do I have that system firing right now? I don't think I do. No, it's completely off. Okay. Son of a fucking... Okay. That one needs to be tweaked. Jesus fucking Christ. Could you tell the moment I jumped? Yeah, that's getting tweaked now. Oh, I'm glad you think it's funny, Viking. Where is that one now? Oh yeah, we're going to take that down. By 25%. Because, god damn. Okay, I should have actually grabbed a mining backpack. So, Viking's trying to kill me. Via heart attack. Queen's just shaking her head at you. Clip done. God damn. I can't even... I'm not even sure if I could get away with making that a short. But also, don't forget to throw it in the clips chat there, Viking. Bum. Don't need that on right now. I've done that. Okay. To be fair, I don't know how it was delay-wise on your side, but when I said that, you hadn't yet. So, I feel like a lot of people forget that that's there. We are going to need a bunch of iron.
Hydration critical.
Really? Hydration's critical? See, I don't know how... Yeah, that one's peaking too much too. That one's already at 50%. Damn. Like, I want them loud enough to be heard, but, like, if my audio mixer is just straight blown out the whole time, that's not good. I feel we can all agree on that, right? Like, I try to mix my audio, so we're roughly about midway in the yellow. Maybe on the high end, poking the red. But, like, both of those were just like, yeah, no. We're gonna hit the red so hard, we're not even gonna show any movement as it plays the different sounds. Okay, it looks like I got all this iron I'm gonna find right now. Put that there, I guess. Okay, so this is kind of gonna work twofold, I think. Which also might mean repositioning the airlock. Actually, I'm gonna kind of need to anyways. I just hope the other stuff's not gonna get in the way. There we go. Actually, that should be more than enough steel to cook right now. Or not steel, sorry, iron to cook right now. Yeah, we're gonna need to be sending some of that the other direction. Slowly release that. There we go. Then I need, first and foremost, I need them. Oh, can I just... Okay. We need to make a little bit of a tweak here. Honestly, why am I worried about... that and do that. Then we can go grab this cable here. There we go. Now we won't have it where seeds are just getting spit out everywhere on us. Go. There we go. Beautiful. Now we have food once more.
Oxygen critical.
Does look like we're working our way to what I was wanting. Good. So now we want silos. I think that's in here. Gold, copper, and steel. Ooh.
Hunger critical.
I'm good on the gold front, so that's not as big of an issue. However, I do need to go cook some copper and some steel. That's not a very good sign.
Power low.
Okay. I think we've got that. Hey, Bay! So, Bay, I did end up getting your game save working. It's the fact I have cloud saving turned on with to back up my saves for like every single game. It was fucking with the... It doesn't like when you manually add a save like that. And then I've quickly remembered why I don't like Volcanus. Or whatever, like that planet. Fuck that terrain. How are we looking here? I mean, it's not... It's not horrible. It's technically working? Yeah. I don't care for creative, as weird as that sounds. Like, you can ask Queen. I give the kids hard time for playing Minecraft in creative all the time. What did you think of the save? I got a lot of dissecting to do to figure out how a lot of that works. I haven't really gone through and like studied it.
Waste tank caution.
There's no shame in being creative for testing purposes. Oh yeah.
Oxygen critical.
You're not wrong on that aspect. I don't know. Anytime I've played a game like Space Engineers and that, and use things like creative and stuff like that, when I bring it into the like survival scenarios, I find I miss very key details. Like, you know, it's all of a sudden it's like, wait, how was I planning to get up here? Ah, there we go. It's a crowbar I'm looking for. Or if they're too young. Yeah! They gotta learn sometime, though. Come on. Okay, taking this old system off the wall. Because I'm going to need to scooch the airlock. So yeah, bay, just kind of help catch you up there. We're more or less working on... Well, we're letting the cooling system run to see how it handles the base temp. And see if we can't get it to stay down. But while we're doing that, we're kind of doing some quality of life projects that we had on the back burner. One of which is changing this out. Let's see, cobalt, silver and gold I don't need to worry about. Nickel, copper, iron, so that's 4, 5, 6. Got 6 ores I need to worry about. But I also need to make it. Now, you know what? I think I know what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to move this. I think I'm going to move the ore silos that are on the mining, the deep mine. As I said, the base looks like shit though. The base looks fucking amazing outside of the fact there's little piles everywhere. That one made me chuckle because it's like, walk in the door, oh, there's a little pile of stuff. Like, but like they're neat little piles too. Also, it took me about a whole of like 2 seconds to blow that base up. One catastrophic failure and the whole place went up real quick. I'm not going to be surprised if this whole system currently is going to have a bunch of issues because I'm not processing the gases fast enough. Yeah, we were getting a little creaky in here. Sorry, computer crashed. Oh no. Like blue screen crashed? If anyone's wondering, you actually only need your helmet open to start and finish consuming something. So, if you really wanted to, like what I just did there, you can save your lungs in between. Right, I need to do a big batch of steel. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need some more coal. Okay, can we find some coal here quickly? Ooh, I found another hole that I had dug. Okay. Ah! There we go. At least my hats were short this time. That's always nice. Of the base, what did you want to see? Like I said, I haven't really explored it. I'm more looking at it as like a study piece anyways. Whew, that's giving off a lot of get. Yeah, we don't need all that extra mass in there to try to heat up. Let's get that out of there, shall we? Oh, yeah, like, I took a walk around. I seen the face change and all that kind of stuff. Worst part is when it spawned me in with no suit, no nothing. So, and for some reason, I couldn't get your furnace to actually gas up to even try to make some alloys to make a hard suit. So I made myself a basic suit and then came across your character unconscious on the roof somewhere. But yeah. Like I said, it was interesting. Oh. You got it set up like that. Okay. Where it doesn't actually... Yeah. You don't have it like a gas mix like mine is. Just open it, pull some gas and fire away. Yeah, the furnace inside, the advanced furnace. By the silos of ore.
Power critical.
Move the tile. Oh. Do you have that thing coded somehow? It's a fuel selector. Left is fuel. Center is none. Right is cool air. Okay. See. Notes. Notes like that on the wall with a sign would be nice. Should be fine. There we go. Rex, when do I not code something? I don't know. That's the first time I've actually properly been in one of your worlds, so... So don't be giving me that. I like how as I'm emptying the bloody thing, I'm also just pulling out the cooking ore. Okay, that should do me for a bit. At least get the silos made. Because, yeah, we're finally gonna get that sorting system I've talked about going, I think. Yeah, I seen that. I already seen that there was a rocket in space. Kind of one of the first things I noticed with the fact that there's a big empty launch pad right there.
Oxygen low.
Oh, it's definitely interesting to see just how you approach things differently. Really, 10 iron, that's all that had for me.
Hydration critical.
God. Nev? How?
Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical.
A warg went after me. Don't tell me you tried to hunt one of the wargs. Now they got hungry, so you hunted everything else on the map. They only eat meat. Yeah, I need to let that run to produce the grass. Problem is, I also can't exactly be firing that system quite yet, because I don't think we can... We still haven't dispersed enough of the heat. Oh boy. Yeah, we're at a little bit of a crossroads here. Especially with the fact of just this. So, to help with this, I could deal with it in one of two ways. I feel like the smarter way would be to insulate the tank, but either way it's adding one more tank. But add an insulated tank outside, but with heat being my problem, a regular tank might just be better because it can disperse heat. The problem then becomes if we've got too much heat, or if we get the gases too cold with a regular tank out there, we're not going to be able to control it as easily. Technically speaking, I should almost put, say, a digital valve in, like, here. And when this gas gets to a certain temperature, say just above freezing, it closes it makes it so we stop cooling.
Thank you for listening to Seaberg1000.com. To support our station, check
Hey,
out our
Shadow,
store on
I take it
site.
you got your
We
breeding
also
line
have an
done?
eBay store. Search Seaberg Music Library, Inc.
Because that's about the only thing I can think of that would justify that response of, guess what I got? Your breeding line done? I just got a frost on it. Nice. Okay. You know what? That's a good second. Okay, so how many of those have I made so far? So I'm gonna do a couple things different with the new airlock because we're moving it over. One of which is going to be, I don't think I'm going to use the airlock doors. Was there much of a difference? Was there a reason I was looking, like, using them, though? Max pressure 200. Blast doors. They don't have a max pressure. Airlock, not airlook. They have a much, much higher pressure break point. Okay. That's why I was using them. Because I wasn't planning on, having to move this stuff. Okay. Makes sense. Nice, Shadow. Nice. Shadow, why do I feel like you're the person that would actually put in the time to finish the lines that I would make in Arc? Because I usually get fed up with the breeding once I hit mutations. I never take my lines to full mutation. I can't be bothered at that point. Like I was telling Joe about this the other day, but I had an Anki line, and the one server I was playing on, they were coming out of the egg just shy of level 300, max level being 180 for wild tames. Well, max level before taming bonus was 180. The Ankis were coming out of the egg just shy of level 300, and their melee stat alone was 51 wild points. I don't think that line had a single stat that was under 40 outside of movement speed. It was just, look, took my first lava bath and... Bae, that's hot. You're not supposed to do that. Like, actually... I still have that spreadsheet. No, not maps. It's not the button I wanted to push. Google Drives. Trade ships. No, that was stuff from Star Citizen. My drive then, apparently. Arc breeding, here we go. Ankies, 45 health. Oh, they did have some, a couple stats under 40. 33 movement, or sorry, not, well, yes, movement, but that's, 33 stamina, 43 oxygen, 46 food, 45 weight, 51 melee, and they were coming out of the egg at 296. Like, this is why I like running things like Super Spyglass, because I didn't have to worry about the itty-gritty numbers. Because that's what I tracked. Right there. Like, it was a whole thing. It's also why with Ascended, I started running Syntax Vanilla with Sprinkles mod, because of the fact of he's also someone who does a lot of breeding. Like, his mod is just quality of life. Basically, Demon God Legendarian means a 50% attack boost and a 55% defense. Nice. And then Vampiric in there, that might just offset it enough that Vampiric is actually properly useful. And if you do, yeah. Well, see, I've come across a lot of people say that are like, oh no, Vampiric isn't worth it, Vampiric isn't worth it, don't worry about Vampiric, it doesn't do enough. But I think if you have your defense high enough, Vampiric is going to do a lot more than you think, and you're going to get a lot more damage out of your pal than you would with more attack multiplier, just off the grounds of that healing is going to keep them in the fight longer. So yes, they're not doing more damage, but they're lasting longer. Hey, Shadow. Something just crossed my mind. Does Vampiric stack with Fleabat's ability? Because don't they heal when they attack to begin with? Just saying. Fleabat is the one that when you have it out gives you health steal as well. That tank's really cool. That tank's really getting down there. I should probably be careful because this whole line's getting pretty cold. Even with a weather alert. Damn. I mean, that is a newer system that they put into place, Bay. So I wouldn't be surprised if RocketWorks doesn't quite have it completely worked in. How did you guys manage to get yourselves synchronized? What? Because, if I'm not mistaken, it was one of the recent updates. Well, the storm overhaul added in the solar storms to begin with, but not long after that, they added the solar storms to some of the other planets, so they had two different storm systems. So, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little overlooked and it's not fully working as intended with the weather station. They're evolving. Okay, okay, I really don't need more silos than that. Yeah, 14 silos, I definitely have enough for this project. I probably greatly overproduced that. I am gonna want quite a few sorters, though. And I'm going to need... No, I've got a computer so I can deal with that just fine. Yeah. just 1,150 degrees Celsius outside. Jesus fuck Christ. Yeah, she's only a wee bit toasty outside. The question is, Bay, if you threw a marshmallow out the door at that temperature, would it still be a solid object or would it disappear before it hits the ground? I.e. become nothing but ash. I do need to keep an eye on these pipes though. I also need to fix this. I need to figure out a way for it to trigger, like, go, okay. There's nothing but little remnants left in here. Fire. You know what? I think I'm going to go the safer route. I think I am going to put the insulated tank outside. Because that should give me more control overall.
Power low.
Ooh, I can actually get it. I'm just one little piece of pipe short. Damn. Can I borrow a piece from somewhere and not cause a major issue? Yeah, that one wouldn't work. That one will, though. Actually, technically, what I want to do is pull that out of there. Because I would rather have the insulated pipe in here. That allows for a bunch more gas to be stored. And the pre-sorting means, yeah, this gauge will have gone way down. Which means this can go right back up. Again, I'm not completely sure why we have such issues with, cooling all the gas that we have. I don't know at all. Yep, that's gonna go down a little more. Through my headphones. Yep, because my speakers are down all the way. Drop it another 25. At least it wasn't as bad as the first one. Jesus Christ, the first one really made me jump. And yes, it's not so much the fact that it's making me jump that's the issue. It's the fact that I don't want it blowing out my eardrums or other headphone users' eardrums, right? We can all agree on that? Too bad if you can't agree on that, because that's how it's going to be. Okay, yeah. You know what? That could be another point to help the cooling. Come to think of it. I currently have it set up where I think all lines mix in together. But what if we made it so... Like, we got the furnace line that comes in and around in that. But what if we made it so it can't backheat these gases here? Separate the two sections. That in itself might massively help the thermal issue. Just think, we've got the... Well, that'll be right there is the line coming in with... Yeah, that's a whole idea upon itself. That might just work. Because if we stop having it where the other gases get heated up from it, what comes in from the furnace, we'll stop cooking our water, for instance. And that in itself is a great deal of thermal mass we no longer have to fight with. Is that a wire I wanted to cut? But you... Yeah, that doesn't look like there's any major there. Don't think that's going to cause any major problems. Okay, I need to clean up a lot of... Oh, maybe that will actually cause some problems. Itchy eyeball.
Hunger caution.
What? Technically, I did not want to turn all those to that color. Oh hey, I found another old skull. Cool. Okay, never mind. There's nothing up there. So if we start pulling all of this apart, that goes there, that goes there. That one should be fine because that shouldn't affect it at all. So more or less what I want to do is... grab that there. And I honestly, shouldn't cause any issue to just piggyback it off the air vent, here we go, airlock. Set it like so. And that should stop the system from heating up so much out there. Because if I'm not dumping the heat into things like my water supplies, that's one less thing I gotta cool down, right? God, I hate trading. Ow. Like what? You just hate running the satellite all the time for trading? Like... Or is it more of the lines of... You need X... Like, trying to get the money up to start... actually going. Yeah, so you have to trade for them before your food supply runs out. Yeah, okay. I can get behind that and see the annoyance behind that. You're not hating trading because it's trading, you're hating trading because of the RNG aspect of trading. You know what? I also think that this old idea here can be retired. I feel like it's an idea that wasn't bad at the time, but now it just causes more damage than it does help. Hey, look, guys, we're cleaning up old systems that are retired. There we go. See, it makes me wonder if I should actually have this more insulated. Actually, no, because this room is supposed to actually be kept cooler than what it is. There's just a lot to be done in the sense of getting the... Just them cooling it really properly again. I'm going to do something crazy again. Shadow, as much as I've gotten annoyed and stepped away from that Palworld server, don't roll back the server. For the love of Joe's sanity, don't break the server. No, I said crazy, not stupid. uh... That's still working its way towards seeding, which is gonna take a while. This is gonna be a long process. No, honestly, with that setup, that can be just turned off. That's got down to where it needs to be. I think technically speaking, it is within breathable atmosphere in here.
Oxygen critical.
Yeah, of course, that's my issue.
Cognition low.
Shit. Race against the cognition timer.
Cognition critical.
Damn it! I had pushed the button too. Can you fly with that one? I didn't realize you could fly with it. Huh. Well, time to put down, just throw another body at the airlock. Let the worm handle, I mean the sandstorms. I kind of appreciate that. Like, its base stats might be pretty fast. And it's just that moment of like, but we can make it faster. We can rebuild it better than it was before. Where'd my tablet go? There it is. Yeah, we're slowly getting up to 40 degrees Celsius in some places. That's not good. How am I gonna go about
On
that?
occasion, we thank our supporters like Southampton of Eastern Long Island, New York, where all of your trusted professional training and care needs are available in the Hamptons. SouthamptonDog.com. Welcome to the wonderful world of classic background music, streaming to you live from Los Angeles, California. The music comes from our Seeburg 1000 background music system that was in popular use from the 1960s to the 1980s. We present the finest live background music available in the world from our extensive and varied music library. Thanks for tuning in, and we hope you enjoy the broadcast.
It might be enough. Like, I'm not sure what else to do here. You've given me that pipe network before, and you're not telling me anything on that one, damn it. I gotta drop that temperature again. The only way I know how, basically. Because this is basically the only way that's really working in the grand scheme of it. don't like it because I know I'm putting a bunch of heat into the system. I mean, I think I've got it under control enough. Any luck, this system will fire way up more with this. And we'll be able to, yeah, we're on the brink of power issues. So I also need to fire this up. That should start hitting that with some heat, which means the generator should start. Awesome. Oh, I could just imagine that beauty of a fireball. Okay, we're slowly getting the system reheated. Oh, no. So remember how I said we were on the brink of power issues? Well, they're here. This room's all automated, so I really can't do anything there to help power. That can be turned off. So the only other thing I can do is prime the system. Which, between the Stirling engines and the coal generator, should kick out enough to be net positive before the solar panels. Once they warm back up. Slowly. Slowly but surely. Okay. Well, there's no point in trying to pursue the ore sortation because I don't have the power. Like, my power grid is too teetering a little too much for that. Nice thing is that should be steadily increasing as those generators heat up out there. Or I should say heat back up. Yeah, stack of 500 definitely, would definitely do it. Yeah, we're slowly but surely heating up in there, which means we're slowly but surely increasing our power output from this.
Power low.
This thing does not know how to react right now. That should last a bit, maybe a little bit. Good, there is a temperature difference between the two lines. However, that's not keeping up. And if that can't keep up, I've got a bigger problem. Which means we need something a little more potent than the regular pump. It really does not like when I do stuff like that. There we go, that's keeping up better. Well, that's keeping up so much better. Okay, yep, that's bringing down the pressure on that side, which is what we want. This side's not getting overrun, which is good. The air is able to flow because that pipe network isn't plugged up again anymore. This side still has loads of room. Okay. I think we got this under control again. Oh look, fern seeds. Okay, let's go check on the engines. Because if they're not running properly, right, if they're getting too hot, we could... Okay, we're good. I really gotta finish this roof here. Okay, so yeah, we're sitting about 200 degrees Celsius this side. But I mean, we're not even phasing this side. Which means we are good. Oh look, a sandstorm. Find the airlock! You know, that's probably also one of my bigger design flaws in this base. I only have one exit. The tanks won't be taking damage in those engines, right?
Hydration critical.
Cause yeah, I just got thinking of that one. Right, I do need to be careful though for the state of the Oh, there we go. That should keep that running for now. It's not going to keep it completely breathable for me yet, but that should keep the other gases in the atmosphere enough that the plants won't die. Yeah, I don't... I gotta send them because if I don't, I'm in bigger trouble. And then, yeah, as time goes, it slowly comes back. Nice. Okay. So yeah, we just essentially end up with a minor dip. Every once in a while. But it should keep coming back up, so that's good. The other question becomes, though, how's that pipe network doing? Nowhere near getting hot enough to start combusting in the pipes, so we should be fine. Finally, seeds. Nice. if I could just get that to go a little colder. Just. If we could get that to stay just a little bit colder. And see, I think this is the scarier part on this here. We started up the system, we were like almost to the red with the CO2. Everything else has stayed about the same. The CO2 has been consumed to high hell.
Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical. Power low.
So... then how would we go about... I don't think there's much more I can do over here. I guess I kind of could, because I could kind of set it up to pull... If I set it up for the cold gas to go at one side... No, not really. I think that idea is just wasting power. Heck, part of me almost wonders if maybe it was adding heat. 'Cause there's always that possibility too. Um... 3 moles per... What? Let's go see if we can find a bunch of ice. But Rex, if you got the rocket going, you could get a bunch of ice. Maybe. Yeah, you would. Yes, but Bay, I gotta get the rocket built, like assembled, sent up to scan, fitted for gathering. I feel like I'm looking at 2 different launches at least. Not to mention, we're also going to be looking at a good chance of loss of resources, because I don't suspect that I'm going to be successful from the start. uh, all I hear is excuses, and excuses are like assholes. Everyone's got one and they all stink. Personally, Bay, I feel like that's bringing up some questions on how many assholes you've been sniffing. Oh no, I've heard that one before. That's why I laughed. That's a pretty old one, I feel. What I was gonna go for. And all, but I think I've got some pretty strong. Any ice I drop, I've got a bunch of cooling potential. So I wonder if we just got a shit ton of oxygen. Oh, would you stop giving me nil statements, stationers? Do. Ooh. Technically, this is stuff I actually originally came out for. Chase the veins.
Hunger caution.
It's fine, Clarice. What's this? God damn. Where did that... Yeah, okay, that's not too surprising. I don't think I've really seen that vein there. Okay, this way home. Oh, well, shit. That looks like silicon. Silicon, silicon. Silly, silly, silly.
Thank you for listening to Seaberg1000.com. To support our station, check out our web store on the site. We also have a
Okay.
video store. Search Seaberg Music Library, Inc.
So now... That's ice. We don't really need the ice. Once we get this back, then... want to push it into the gas piping itself, or do I want to drop it in the room? I think I'll hit the gas piping itself with it. Because if I hit the gas piping itself with it, then all we have to do, well, that'll help take heat out of the water. Never mind, because that connects up there. So that won't actually phase the water loop at all. Unless, of course, I can find a spot to hook it in. Because you see, if I can find a spot to hook it in, we'll be laughing. On top of that, that would make those lines easier to cool. Now that I've got it all kind of separated. Yeah, we're starting to get a decent amount of power out of that. You know what? I'm better just stay in there then. I know exactly how I'm gonna route that. And it's all gonna stay in this room. Oh, that runs into the sensor, that's why. Okay. Yeah, that works for me. This is not having as much cooling potential as I thought it would. Okay. Um... This should help drop the temperature around the base.
Hunger critical.
Okay, you're now thriving. I mean, this has technically worked. The whole base is just under 20. So it means the whole thing is essentially kicked into running its pressurizing protocol. So Yeah.
Power low.
That's slowly getting up to pressure. Um... Right, we're needing that running right now because we need heat for... I mean... Nothing. Okay. Looks like it needs to be multiples of 3. Good for you, Sims. Go away. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it gave me a temporary relief. I think we're about to hit the purge program again. that's almost done. That's a little bit more oil for us. Yeah, no, soon enough here, this one's gonna trigger. I can see it. I mean, it looks like we're getting the pipeline down, which is good. It's just going to be a matter of getting it to, you know, actually hit the right temps. There we go. And grab that. Yep, there we go. It's all just sucking out the gas again. The whole system got a little too warm. Now I can't reach the lever like that. Of course I can't. Well, that sucks. Better not light a match. There's a little bit of volatiles now.
Health low.
Oh, you're kidding me. Come on, clean out that little bit of volatiles. So that I can make myself some fries. I wonder if this would be one of those points where it'd be just better to close off the rooms. See if that helps better control the temp. Honestly, not likely. Come on. What if I just do this?
Hydration critical. Oxygen critical.
This should put me in a better spot. You're kidding me, right? As if I just fucking misclicked that. Oh. Fuck. Well, now it really doesn't matter, because that was a fuck up and a half. As if we're not getting that much heat out of the system anymore. How is it cooling that? Yeah, how is it getting that much? That's weird. So a good way to get more heat over there. I mean, that's an idea. At the same time, though, do I really need to get more? Actually, what am I thinking? Yes, I do. The more heat I have in there, the better.
Power critical.
So if I do something like that. That should be heating up way more. And increasing the pressure.
Health critical.
Good, good, good. I mean, that's going to be a pretty hot burn there. Which means we should be able to get more heat out of those generators, or more power out of those generators from that heat. Yeah, because that itself is climbing pressure, or in temp. So maybe, just maybe, we can get her, yeah, that's... Ooh. Yeah, this is... Okay. This might work. It just might work.
Cognition critical.
Well, that's another death. Just as I got to the terminal. Again. Yeah, Bay, I think you missed it because you were AFK at the time. But I went to go turn on the oven and I pulled the lever instead. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn that down on the other side. But I think I got that temperature running well. Yeah, just a slight little misclick and the food was gone. That should have that primed. Hopefully this will be fine. You know, with the heat that we have for potential here, I almost wonder if I couldn't get a few more going. Like, take it up to 3 because well, yeah. Actually, I could probably take more heat out of this. Looks like we're starting to drop in the pressure and the temp. Good, so that line shouldn't blow. And that will hopefully start coming down. So I have found this system cannot handle if I fire up water production. Water production throws too much heat at it. Part of me wonders if I should actually be hitting this with something else besides pollutant. Because if we could make the system run cold enough, it would be fucking amazing. The only other way I could think of to help drop heat at this point is maybe
Hi, you're listening to Siebert 1000.
some external rods on that line. But I don't know. Now that's also going into heat from in here too. Yeah, just off of regular running. Yeah, okay. Can't do anything with that. That's nice to see again. Good. How are we looking in here? That pipe's getting a little warm. Yeah.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah, we still got no liquid sorters yet. There's a liquid vacuum, really? Just, I would like that to actually be empty at all times. Do we end up with the water in? Yes, we do, kind of. Okay. So... We've got problems with the gases condensing. want to get the liquid out of that. First things first, we want to get the water out of there. Do I have another atmospherics already built? You know what? It doesn't matter. We've determined that that air conditioner out there is not helping anything, so why keep it in the loop out there? It would be better used as an atmospherics to pull the water out. See, I'm also not 100% sure if the old system being insulated was part of the problem. Because of the fact that even this one is just struggling. Which then has me thinking that this might more need a better gas. Mind you, if I just set up atmospheric harvesting for the pollutant,
Power low.
at night, that would be coming in at negative 50 degrees Celsius. We might be able to get that loop cold. We'll worry about that later. Because right now I am looking at a loop that is getting really full of liquids. Yeah. That should be all we need. Boom. Boom. Wait a minute. I almost did that wrong. We need to do something like that. Because of that, should put that line then at just water. You know what? We'll use the basic filter just for the fact of testing. Because that'll give us an idea if the idea is even gonna work the way I think it's going to. Because if this doesn't work properly, then we're not wasting as much resources, right? We're just investing a little bit of iron. Am I just out of liquid pipes in general at this point? I think I am. Of course, it's the iron that's left in the machine. And then we are going to do is liquid pipes. Send it. I think this will work. I think this will work, not without many issues. Helps if I don't try to, like, I'll shoot up right underneath another pipe.
Hydration critical.
Me and all my different fucking pipe runs. There we go.
Critical.
Shit. Ow. Right. I put myself into the wall. That was not good. I know there's a thing called duct tape. What do you think I'm gonna go grab?
Suit damage.
Yeah, putting out the pipes through your helmet might not be a good idea. Yeah, I'm aware. The worst part is if I was to use something like, say, you know what? I think if I just put that up like one more and then run it over. Hey, look, it runs over my head. that's what I had turned off on that. There we go. Why is that increasing in heat so much? I'm thinking I'm gonna need some heat dispersion on that. Liquid tank, no. Funny, because I think I actually took this out of there. But with the way that is heating up on its own... And, well, I needed to not do that. Shit, how am I gonna get that out of there?
Power critical.
Gonna need to do something like that. I need more pipes. Okay, so if we run... See, my brain is saying this wouldn't work because the liquid would pool in the lowest spot.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical. Pressure critical. Temperature critical. Low pressure.
I mean, I think we theoretically got a lot of it fixed up. Don't like how that's creeping up though again.
Low pressure. Pressure critical. Temperature critical. Low pressure. Health low.
There we go. We're slowly but surely getting the water out of the out of the gas side. Which means that is also going to need its own
Low pressure. Pressure critical.
thing.
Temperature critical. Low pressure.
No, we don't have any seeds yet. Between the solar and the Stirling engines there getting the heat from the producing heat or producing power from the heat there. That's actually not doing too bad. I should only have, yeah, CO2? Yeah, they're CO2 filters in my suit. Okay, now that we know that system works though, let's actually properly invest. Steel. Invar. Okay. once this is done, then we just need to get
Low
the
pressure critical. Temperature critical. Low pressure.
I have a job for that filter. I can still put it to work.
Hunger caution.
I'm just gonna slap it into the
Pressure critical. Temperature
portable scrubber.
critical. Low pressure.
Okay, let's see here. Do we have... There we go, we've got that. That's potatoes. That was not the room I wanted, but I was looking at chat, so... There we go. There's everything I should need. EA, stop bugging me. There we go. French fries. Oh, good. I see you finally fixed that clone counter. Shush, Darkness. Shush. The clone counter worked fine before. Based on the number, no, it didn't. It was broken. Uh-huh. Just because I had a period of 100 some odd days where I didn't die at all.
Low pressure. Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
I think we're doing all right on this. I feel like the heat is getting dispersed. It's just not. quick. Good, that's staying at a reasonable temperature.
Low pressure. Pressure critical. Temperature critical. Low pressure.
Proof that wasn't some dodgy editing. Oh, my tech issues. Why would I cut them out too?
Thank you for listening to Seabird1000.com. To support our station, check out our web store or website. We also have an eBay store. Search Seabird Music Library, Inc.
Okay, actually, do I have any spares kicking around? No. Damn. Never mind, that's what I was looking for. Time to do some sketchy shit. Doo-dah, doo-dah. Okay, that is what I was actually looking for. Yeah, that should theoretically do it, I guess. Unless I have... I do. Perfect. Ooh, wait, this system's probably going to have moisture issues if I'm not careful. Wait, why am I saying if I'm not careful? I literally, this system is not something that's going to be classifiable as careful. But if it works... I didn't do anything wrong today to get back to this point. I'm just being my impatient self. Wait, with that whole new run there, the way it's ran now... We put a tank there. Put the exchanger there. We put an active vent there. We put drainage there. Yeah, whatever. Put that there like so. Part that sucks on this one is we don't have any addition, like we don't. Currently don't have a way for gases to release. But that's fine, that's not hard to fix. Actually, can I just pull... Yes, I could. Gotta love old ideas didn't quite work. just need to do is... actually, technically... Actually, I don't want that one there. I want... one of you. Because with you, I can control if it's open or not. Right now, I don't really want it to be storing. Because if I can get it to where it's... if we can get it to be cold enough, that should help eat a lot of this heat. At least that's what I'm trying for. Because if we can get the tank itself cold enough, we should be able to theoretically... but I don't know. Maybe this would have benefited from a valve as well. See, that's the part that sucks about it. The second I close it so it stops being a pass-through, it puts so much heat into this. Because it is trying to balance the two temperatures. Yeah, soon enough there, Darkness. I just want to see how this Let's see how this wants to pan out. Oh, this might work just the way I'm thinking it wants. I might have to make a script for it, but this might just work the way I want it to work. Oh. I mean, we're starting to go positive on the temp again. Like, we're... The idea might work. And that is taking heat out. Wait, is it drop? It's dropping in temp again? The only thing I did was remove the liquid spouts. That's... Because soon here we're going to start condensing the pollutant into liquid, and I want to see kind of what it does if we don't let that out. Come on. Because once that cycle starts, it might help cool it even more. Why does it look like Rex is actually testing something for a change? Because I can actually be smart about some things? I thought it was around 2 megapascals the gas started condensating with pollutant. This might just work.
Power low.
Temperature's going back up again in that tank. I think that's because we're warming up out here, though. Yeah, it's getting to morning. So the gas we're pulling in isn't quite as warm. Okay. Or as cold. I'd still like to know where the liquid's apparently supposed to be going here. But whatever. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna drop the save here. The all-important end game save. Or end of stream save. And, well... I've got that running pretty safely. I think we're gonna go with a classic. That should also work a lot.
Hydration critical.
Interesting as well. How did one of my bags end up here? What? Oh, it probably came through the floor. Because we got a good bit of gas mixed in, ready to go, so that did not take long to blow. Jesus Christ. Which also took out that it did blow out into the atmospherics. Jesus Christ. Something tells me that took the fuel tank with it. Well, I want something from in there. I want more debris. Okay, that would have cooked most of the system over there and the walls. How is it still ripping apart the base so badly? I think that was... Yeah, there went the O2 tank that charges the suit. Do we just have that much potential for of gases? I would say so. Jesus. Oh, I think we're into the backblast phase. Yeah, it's pulling everything back in. Yeah, no surprise it took out every tank there. Okay, so let's go to ground zero here. Oh yeah, that had some massive potential right off the bat. Because that had what, 13 megapascals of mixed fuel ready to go in it? which would have sent a fireball ripping through here, because guaranteed it. That's why all of this is so shredded. It blew out the walls. Which would have then superheated the tanks, roughly. Which caused them to blow. Which added pure volatiles to the mix. To fuel the fire even more. Oh, okay, I was not expecting to see even the cooling loop tanks blown. How bad is the runway looking? Or I should say the trade post. Take a piece of wreckage off the runway. Yes, this is just how my game is running right now. Oh god, it's shredded. Yeah, no, the trade post is nuked. Which, I mean, isn't too surprising. The explosion happened from beneath it. Funny enough, though, we didn't lose any of our solar... That airlock being cooked isn't a surprise. The fireball kind of probably wrapped around. These tanks usually survive darkness. But they're not even really storage tanks as much as they are extra capacity for that system. I set the advanced furnace to just run without emptying. Basically, it was a left the stove on protocol. No, it's Mars. It has to be a fuel mix. You'd be surprised. There's just all the gases in the pipe, in the water line. What the fuck? Can I offer a suggestion? I mean, this is this is just a hee hee ha ha fun explosion. But all right. That is where we are going to call it, guys. Oh. We will be back later on tonight, 6 p.m. EST, for who knows what. Till then, guys, though, don't forget, like, subscribe, follow, push all the buttons. Hell, join the Discord. If you haven't yet, we do stream on both Twitch and YouTube, so consider showing us some love on the other side. But I mean, hey, we all have our preferences. But we will see you next time. Bye bye.